Tigers baseball on Fox Sports Detroit is presented by Bell Tire. The Tigers offense is at its best when Austin Jackson is doing his thing. And in the month of September, Jackson has been red hot. 349, 7 doubles, 7 runs scored. He's been setting the table for the Tigers, who tonight look to make it 2 straight. On a beautiful night for baseball, we welcome you to Comerica Park. Game 2 in this series featuring the Royals and your Detroit Tigers. Hi again, everyone. Welcome to Tigers Baseball. Mario and Pemba, Ron Allen, glad to have you with us here for Game 2 in the series. Tigers get the homestand off to a good start. And really, speaking of good starts in the month of September, Jackson's been awfully good. Prince Fielder's been cleaning up. That has been a dynamic duo for the Tigers.
Well, it's good to see for Austin Jackson. Austin Jackson hit 300 last year. He's going to have to really have a spectacular September if he's going to get back to 300. But this much we do know. Miguel Cabrera has been slowed down the last couple of weeks or so, but Prince Fielder has been there to pick up all the slack. And every time Austin Jackson seems to get on base, there's the Prince driving him in his last 14 games, a .423 batting average, 7 extra base hits. He reached the 100 plateau for the 3rd consecutive season, 6 times in his major league career. Welcome sight to see Prince Fielder doing his damage, because when he gets on base, there's Victor Martinez, who's been driving him in. So this offense really starting to run efficiently right now.
And the Tigers' magic number of 10, they're trying to slice that down with a victory here tonight. After a short break, we'll send you back to the Call Sam Studios and check in with Mickey York. Coming up tonight, we'll bring you Tigers baseball through the lens of Fan of Cam. As Austin Jackson and Prince Fielder try and make it 2 straight against the Royals, it's coming up next. The Motor City, the Tigers and Royals getting set to do battle here in game 2 in this series. Tigers won the opener last night, and Alex Gordon settling into the batter's box as we get game 2 in this series going here tonight. It'll be Gordon, Bonifacio, and Hosmer. And Doug Fister's first pitch of tonight's game is ripped into right field. That's a leadoff base hit for Alex Gordon. And we'll check out the rest of the starting lineup for the Royals, presented by the Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. You saw Gordon there. One pitch into this game has a base hit. Bonifacio and then Hosmer. Butler is cleaning up. Salvador Perez is catching. Moustakas at third. And a bottom 3 tonight of Kane, Dyson, and Escobar. Doug Fister tonight, presented by Family Heating, Cooling, and Electrical.
And Doug Fister looking for his 13th victory this year against 8 losses. He checks in with a 3.77 ERA. You know, he has a couple different fastballs. He'll cut it, he'll sink it. Real nice curveball and a nice fading changeup.
Royals coming out swinging tonight as Bonifacio fouls it back to the screen. 0-1.
It's kind of like the Tigers did last night. First 3 batters for the Tigers in the bottom half of the first inning, they all swung at the very first pitch.
Cabrera in tight at third, guarding against the bunt possibility and the speed of Bonifacio. Gordon at first base has 10 steals. And it's ripped and fouled down the first base line.
Touched his glove, I believe.
Yeah, Gordon is saying he touched his glove. So is Rusty Kuntz.
First base umpire wasn't sure. He's looking for home plate umpire and John Hirschbeck to give him some help.
James Hoy is the first base umpire. Here comes Ned Yost now. We'll take a look at the replay. Hard to tell from there, but Gordon immediately broke to second base thinking that ball was touched.
Looked like to me he may have tipped the glove.
Yep, right there.
They're going to make him go back, though. Prince has a little smile on his face, a little smirk, I should say.
Ned Yost came out with a brief argument, but they will send Gordon back to first base. Prince knows they might have gotten away with one there. 0-2 on Bonifacio, just underway. It is a 65-degree night here in the Motor City. Bonifacio 1 for 5 in the opener last night as Gordon draws a throw. These Royals will run. They lead the American League in steals. Although Jim Leland saying before the game today that he thinks his staff has done a really good job of controlling that running game a little bit.
Verlander did a marvelous job last night.
And JV even picked one off last evening. 1 ball 2 strikes on Bonifacio. .241 batting average, 3 home runs this year for Bonifacio. And he swings and misses. Down he goes.
That's something that all the Tigers pitchers have done to a lot of the table setters. They have spun breaking balls up there to get them to swing over the top of them. Let's take a peek at the Tigers starting defense. It's presented by Beaumont Health System. Dirks, Jackson, and Torrey Hunter in the outfield. In the infield, up the middle, you have Iglesias and Infante. Prince and Miggy are on the corners, and Alex Avila back behind the dish for the second consecutive night.
Here is Eric Hosmer. Gordon draws another throw. That one a little bit closer. Hosmer batting .304, was 1 for 3, extending his hitting streak to 6 games in a row. And he looks at an off-speed pitch high. 1 ball to no strikes.
He's got an aggressive bat. Tremendous bat speed, real good hand-eye coordination. When you throw him fastballs in the strike zone, he's not trying to hit singles. He's trying to hit gappers.
And he has hit plenty of them in the month of September. .378 this month. As he pops that one foul back out of play.
He does not get cheated. Since George Brett came downstairs a couple of months ago to be the hitting coach. Of course, George Brett not the hitting coach as we speak, but Hosmer's the one guy that really benefited from George Brett when he took over. His whole season turned around.
And he drives this one in the air to right center field. Jackson is on his horse, still going back, looking up, and that ball is going to be off the wall. That'll get a run in. Hosmer is on his way to third as it rolls away from Jackson, and the Royals have a quick 1-0 lead.
Eric Hosmer is a beast. He took a pitch at 78 miles an hour that was up in the strike zone and nearly hit it over the out-of-town scoreboard. It's a changeup out of the hand of Fister. He doesn't pull it down, and that ball's away from Hosmer, but that long bat and his power, he was able to hit it off the wall. It bounced away from Austin Jackson, and that allowed Gordon to score and Hosmer to end up on third.
Hosmer gets his 76th RBI of the year. The Royals out to an early 1-0 lead. Third triple of the season as well for Hosmer. And here is Billy Butler, who had 2 hits in last night's ball game. In there for strike 1.
And Tigers not necessarily playing in at the cut of the grass defensively, but they are in. They want, if anything's hit on the ground by Billy Butler, they want Hosmer to make the decision on whether he's going to come home or not.
Bouncing ball to third. He's coming home. They're going to have a play. The throw, the tag. He's out. Hosmer is out at the plate as Cabrera guns him down.
Some of you may be wondering why in the world would the base runner with a ground ball hit directly at the third baseman take off and he can clearly see the play in front of him. That's because it's already been decided. Anything that's hit on the ground, you're going. And sometimes that's the best way. You take all the guesswork out of it for the base runner. You just tell him he's simply going. When you try to tell the guy on third base, read it, they usually don't get good jumps.
Avila's tag was just barely on the arm, I think, right there. Hosmer tried to sneak back in there, but he was out. So with 2 outs, a runner at first and a ground ball foul third base side. Salvador Perez, the batter. Hosmer's triple, but the damage hopefully kept to a minimum after a nice play by Cabrera, who comes home, makes a nice throw to Avila. Fister's numbers in his career have not been really particularly good against Kansas City. His ERA lifetime in 12 games overall is an even 4 and a sub 500 record as well. Lifted in the air to center. Jackson cruising back, and the Royals will settle for 1 run in the first inning. They'll do it on 2 hits and leave a man. A play at the plate. Cut down an extra run for KC. Avila with the tag. First, Austin Jackson getting set to lead it off for Detroit. Here is the Tigers starting lineup. Presented by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. It is Jackson, Hunter, Cabrera in the top 3 spots. Prince Fielder cleaning up. Victor Martinez DHing. Andy Dirks in left field tonight. Infante, Avila, Iglesias. your bottom three, and they're facing the right-handed offerings of Ervin Santana.
Ervin Santana has a fastball that will get up to 95 miles an hour. He has a wipeout slider, whether he's going up against right-handers or left-handers. They just can't hit that pitch. But something else that he does, he gives up a lot of home runs. He's already given up 25 this year, gave up 39 last year when he was wearing a Los Angeles Angels uniform.
So the 30-year-old out of San Cristobal facing Austin Jackson, who starts it off for Detroit. 2 more hits last night for AJ, had a couple of doubles. And Santana brings home a fastball strike, 0-1. Jackson at 277. He's knocked in 43 this year. Bouncing ball left side, cut off at third by Moustakas. 1 gone.
Tim Hortons will sponsor the starting defensive alignment for the Kansas City Royals this evening, and it's a good defense. They've got a lot of assists in their outfield, 35 to be exact. Gordon in left, he's a Gold Glove winner. Dyson in center, he's got speed, and so does Kane. Hosmer, Bonifacio, Escobar, and Moustakas round out the infield, and Salvador Perez, he's their catcher. He's young, but he's made an all-star team already.
Here's Torrey Hunter batting .297, was 1 for 4 last night. However, he had 3 RBIs. And Torrey now 75 driven in this year. 16 homers as well. Tried to hold up, couldn't do it. 1-1.
There's that slide piece. He throws that slider about 43% of the time. Santana also has a changeup, but he does not throw it very often.
Santana's 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. 1-2 on Torrey. Santana, 30 years old. 8 seasons with the Angels before an October trade brought him to Kansas City. Now the 1-2. Swing and a miss. He chased up out of the zone. Well, tonight, don't forget, we have our special slow-mo camera located at low first base for tonight's game. It's called Phantom Cam, and here are some of the images from last night's contest. Our Phantom Cam shoots up to 5,000 frames per second. Our other cameras all shoot at 30 frames per second, so as you can see, it is a much more accurate look. Phantom Cam all weekend here at Comerica. Here is Miguel Cabrera now with 2 outs. Miggy right now in a 4 for 25 skid. He did have a double last night, but the numbers low against Santana, just 211 against him career. That is low and away, 1-0. Miguel in the month of September, just 160. Obviously the injuries have a ton to do with that. After a red hot month of August, was player of the month in the AL. There's a strike on the inside part of the plate, 1-1. Foul tip, 1-2.
Here's a little look at Phantom Cam and what it will deliver tonight. That's a broken bat on the ball off of Salvador Perez's bat.
1-2 on Miggy. And a ball inside, run the count even at 2-2. Even when Cabrera's not going all that good, Rod, he does what he did last night. With ease, he'll just shoot a ball off the right field wall.
Or they'll pitch around him to get to Prince Fielder or Victor Martinez, and that's when they do their damage.
Prince has done plenty of it.
Miggy still
blowing away, 3-2. Cabrera wanted him to check that last ball that bounced in. Ervin Santana looking for first inning. Part of a rebuilt Royals rotation this year. Here's the 3-2. fouled away. Back in the seats.
That rebuilt Royals rotation by their general manager Dayton Moore has made the difference in their season. James Shields, Santana. Wade Davis was a starter earlier this year. He's now pitching out of the bullpen. They have Guthrie, and we saw Bruce Chen last night. They also have a lockdown bullpen. They got great numbers. Best ERA in the American League as a staff.
And a walk, ball high. He lost him. 2 out, base on balls. So Cabrera's aboard. That'll bring up Prince. Big game last night. Fielder 2 more hits in the ball game last evening, including a 2-run shot and an RBI single. This is when Prince really dials in after a Cabrera walk. 370 this season.
Eric Hosmer down at first base, going to play behind Miguel Cabrera. Miguel not running well these days, so he's not going to steal a base. So if you're Hosmer and you get back a few steps, and you might be able to make a play if Prince Fielder hits something in your direction.
Cabrera's still trying to bluff him, though. He took 2 or 3 steps to the bag at second. Nobody was buying.
Monster numbers for Prince Fielder against Irvin.
Hosmer chuckling with Cabrera. You're not going anywhere. 0-1. Ground ball right side, straight at the second baseman Bonifacio, and that'll end the inning. No runs, a 2-out walk, 1 man left. On our way to the second here in the Motor City, and a great night for baseball. 1-0 KC. Top of the second here at Comerica Park. The Royals got a run in the first on an RBI triple by Eric Hosmer, and it'll be Mike Moustakas starting things off for KC here in the second. Moustakas, then Kane, and then Dyson. And Pfister starts him off with a strike right at the letters. 0-1. 0 for 3 last night for Moustakas. He was hit by a pitch. And the 0-1 pitch. A little bit high. 1 ball, 1 strike for the Royals third baseman, who has struggled through another year in which they're waiting for his bat to come around and show some consistency. A little bit of power. He's hit 11 homers this year. And he takes the ball outside. 2-1. He'll drive that one deep to right field, but he got out in front of it and yanks it foul.
He does a lot of that. He really pulls his front shoulder off the baseball. He's very pull happy. The batting average will go up about 30 to 40 points for Moustakas once he decides to use left field a little bit more often. But you can see how violent the front shoulder is on just about every swing. And we showed you this last night. It's Moustakas' hits by direction. Only 13 to left field, 25 right back up the middle, and you can see. And when he does most of his damage, it's in the right field.
3-2 is fought off foul.
Good cut fastball there by Doug Fister. That ball acts just like a slider. There are some guys that don't have this much break on their slider, but Doug can get it on his cutter.
And again, the 3-2. Line off the glove of the shortstop Iglesias into left. So there's Moustakas going the other way. It's a leadoff single.
Take a look at the front shoulder there on this swing. Looked like there was a conscious effort by Moustakas after a couple cut fastballs inside to stay on this baseball. He kept his head down, and that's exactly what you need to do. Head straight down to drive the ball the opposite way. Once he learns how to do that a little bit more efficiently, he's going to be a really good performer at this level.
Just off the glove of Iglesias, who nearly snagged that ball. Leadoff man on for the second straight inning now for the Royals. Here's Lorenzo Cain in for a strike. 0-1. The Royals have a boatload of speed in the bottom three parts of their lineup. They've got Cain, Dyson, and Escobar. For Cain, he has stolen 14 this year.
They have 6 members in their starting lineup tonight, I should say, with 10 or more steals.
Ground ball to short, might be 2. Iglesias quick flip 1, and the relay is a double play.
Wow. When you have a guy running down the line and he's as fast as Cain, you have to be really quick with your exchange and get the ball to your second baseman. And look how quick Iglesias does that. He grabs it, gets in front of it, and he flips it underneath with those very fast hands and quick wrist. And Infante, he wasn't even at the bag yet.
He also gave him a really good feed as well. Infante coming across the bag to turn 2.
It's amazing how accurate he could be from throwing underneath like that, but he is very accurate.
So with 2 outs now, here's Gerard Dyson. He chops one to second base. That'll be routine for Infante, and just like that, the inning's over. No runs and a hit, nobody left. Detroit is brought to you by Comerica Bank, a part of Detroit and the community since 1849. Jeep, rediscover the freedom of the open road at the Jeep Celebration event. And by Kraft Deluxe Mac and Cheese, you know you love it. What a night for baseball here in the Motor City. Downtown Detroit, the backdrop as the sun is still peeking through the upper reaches of the upper deck here at Comerica. 1-0 in favor of the Royals. As we go to the bottom of the second, it's Victor Martinez leading it off for Detroit. And they play Victor to pull on the infield. Martinez hitting .295. And 316 meanwhile against Santana in his career. Swing and a miss, 1-1. Victor was 0 for 4 in last night's ball game. Still hovering around that 300 mark though. Now Santana ready with the 1-1. 2 balls and 1 strike on the Tigers designated hitter. Dirks to follow. He's waiting on deck, and then Omar Infante. Tigers got a 2-out walk in the first but failed to score. That's into center field, base hit. Leadoff single for Martinez. Hey, by the way, if the Tigers combine for 3 or more home runs in this game, bring a copy of the box score to a participating Arby's location tomorrow and get a free small order of curly fries.
Bonifacio at second had shaded Victor Martinez in the hole over at first base. Had he been playing his regular position, he probably makes his play with his speed and his athleticism.
Here is Andy Dirks. Dirks the starting left tonight with the right-hander Santana on the mound. Andy last night was 1 for 4. Does some of his best work against the Royals. 369 career against KC. And Santana deals one right at the knees, 1-1. Tigers have their first hit of the game, a leadoff single by Martinez. Runner goes. Line right back to the mound and knocked down by Santana. Has only 1 play and he just gets Dirks.
Mission still accomplished. That was the hit and run. Victor Martinez is not going to steal on his own, but Andy Dirks put the ball in play. He gave himself up, but you do have the runner in scoring position. Not sure if that got him in the hand or what, but they are out looking at Irving Santana.
It may have. Right behind that glove. They're checking him out now. This ought to tell us. Well, hard to tell if that was the glove or the hand, which was hidden behind the glove. Still they're checking the hands, so that ought to tell you something. Tigers meanwhile get the tying run in scoring position. Santana seems to be okay. And as they continue to check out Santana, we remind you to vote for your Tigers McDonald's Player of the Game. It's presented by the new Quarter Pounder BLT. Using your cell phone, text Tigers followed by a space on the player's uniform number to 37338 or vote online at foxsportsdetroit.com. The obligatory warm-up pitches. And Santana says, I'm all right. Tried to knock it down with the glove, it appeared. Did a pretty good play to still get Dirks. So Santana stays in. Runner at second, 1 out. And here's Omar Infante. Last night 0 for 3. Omar's batting average .318.
No second baseman in the American League has a higher batting average than Omar Infante. Of course, there's a couple of really good second basemen that drive in lots of runs. That would be Dustin Pedroia and also Robinson Cano, who drove in 100 again this year.
And there's a strike on Omar. 94 miles an hour from Santana, who was 16 games over 500 in his Angels career, 96 and 80. The problem was he was somewhat inconsistent. The 0-1. Swing and a miss, 0-2.
And we talked about that wipeout slider that Santana features. He will throw that pitch 43% of the time, and usually when he throws it, that's the result.
Perez flashing the signs. Infante down in the count 0-2.
He loves that fastball up.
Off the plate, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Every hitter that has fallen behind Santana, and with 2 strikes, Perez simply puts the 1 down, and he asked his pitcher to get it up in the zone. That one he didn't get up high enough. Struck Torrey Hunter out with the elevated fastball back in the 1st inning.
Swing and a miss, and Infante is out on strikes. 2nd strikeout of the game for Santana. 2 gone.
Looks like a fastball coming out of his hand. It stays on the fastball plane until about the last 5 feet. And by then, as a hitter, you've already recognized fastball, so you start your swing only to have the depth on the pitch elude your bat. Take a look at the slider thrown this year by Santana. 38% of the time when he throws it, the opposing hitters, they swing and miss.
Oh. And the average as well, just 173 against the slider. Well, here is Avila now trying to produce a 2-out hit to tie this one up. Alex looks at ball 1.
The key to hitting that slider is to hit that first fastball that Santana throws.
I just don't get to it.
Just don't let him get to the slide piece. Comes out of his hand nicely.
One ball, no strikes on Avila. Alex pounds one back out of play. 1-1 the count.
Alex has been swinging the bat very well. 2nd half of the year, not missing his fastballs when he gets them. Not thinking up on the plate nearly as much as he was earlier this year. There was a stretch for about 6 weeks there where he was tardy on all his fastballs and he was swinging on all the breaking balls, which tells people that have been in the game a hitter is in the batter's box thinking way too much.
Well, the average may not seem like all that much right now at 220, but Alex was sub 100 or sub 200 for most of the year in the 180s, 190s. He's really turned it on here the final month or so, and he's given a late time. In fact, in the 2nd half, he's batting .312. At the break, he was batting just $177.
35 outfield assists for the Kansas City Royals outfielders this year. Gordon, of course, leads the charge. Anything hit to left field, Tom Brookins, 3rd base coach, might have to hold up Victor Martinez.
Driven to center field. Dyson is under it to retire the side. No runs, a hit, 1 man left, 2 in the books. And Tigers baseball tonight presented by Bell Tire. The top of the third now here at the ballpark. Tigers and KC get together here in game 2 in this 3-game weekend set. With plenty of playoff implications. These are two teams in the Central that are fighting for a playoff spot. Tigers, of course, with a 6-game lead coming in the Central Division. KC trying to get to the wild card. Pfister back to work, and he will face Alcides Escobar to start things off. Escobar, then Gordon, and then Bonifacio. And the first pitch is in for a strike, 0-1. Alcides now has hit safely in his last 7 for the Royals. Stole a base last night, was 2 for 4. He'll take one outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. 19 straight stolen bases this year for Escobar.
If you go back to last year, 26 for 26.
Pop that one up. Shallow left field. Iglesias calling off Dirks, and 1 gone. Time for a game break now. We check in with Mickey York. Well, we'll keep an eye on that. Thanks, Mick. The Tigers leading Cleveland by 6. And they're trying to get a little bit closer to that Central Division title with a win here tonight. Hopefully some help as well from the White Sox.
It would be the 3rd consecutive American League Central Championship for the Tigers.
And really, when you think about it, Rod, how quickly this team has come to the forefront in big league baseball since 2003, when they had a season obviously they'd like to forget. It's fouled back out of play.
Well, Mr. Ilitch opened up the pocketbooks. He allowed Dave Dombrowski to sign Pudge Rodriguez, and that was a key signing for the Tigers in 04. They also brought in Maglio Ordonez, Polanco, Carlos Guillen. They kind of changed the culture here. And then after the last couple of years, they brought in guys like Prince Fielder and some of the pitching staff. So they've done a marvelous job, but not without Mr. Ilitch.
Torrey Hunter, big signing in the offseason. There's the Prince. And the deal that brought Miguel Cabrera here, one of the best the Tigers have made in their history.
That might go down as one of the best deals in the history of the game.
Gordon swings and misses, and that is out number 2 as Pfister gets a strikeout.
You'd have a hard time finding a deal that would bring in a player that's going to the Hall of Fame like Miggy for the players the Tigers gave up to the Florida Marlins at the time.
Here is Emilio Bonifacio. He struck out back in the first. He is the only other strikeout victim that Pfister has tonight. Runs up to show bunt and takes ball 1. .241 this year for Bonifacio. 2 balls, no strikes.
If Bonifacio is going to bunt for a base hit, and he's going to be successful doing so, it's going to have to be a good bunt. Doug Pfister, outstanding fielding pitcher, does a lot of things right on that mound. He holds and shuts down the running game, throws lots of ground balls, as a matter of fact.
2-1. 32 now for Pfister. 23 of those strikes.
Works quickly.
Here's the 2-1 pitch. Inside, 3 balls and 1 strike. Waiting on deck, Eric Hosmer. Pfister in search of his 13th win of this season. Scattered back out of play, 3-2. Doug has made 29 starts this year. 20 of them have been quality starts. Trying to get on the same page with Avila. Now he finally does. 3-2 pitch. Just off the plate, he walked him. 2 out base on balls for Bonifacio.
Many times when you walk someone like Bonifacio, it turns into a double, but Doug Fister does not take a long time in getting the ball out of his hand into the catcher's glove, which would be Avila. It's about 1 second, which is a very fast slide step. Almost impossible to run on, but the Kansas City Royals have stolen a couple of bases this year while Doug has been on the mound.
They don't seem to be afraid.
Of the 141 they've stolen this year, they've stolen 24 against the Tigers, which is more than any other team in the American League. Cleveland Indians are second on that list. They've stolen 16 against the Tribe. So they've run wild against the Tigers this year. And that's probably the main reason why they've been such a difficult matchup for Detroit this season.
Quick toss back, and he's in there. Oh, they got him that time. That's the second pickoff for a Tigers pitcher in this series.
And both of them were Bonifacio. Dyson last night.
Dyson last night, Bonifacio tonight. And someone's been ejected from the game. Bonifacio. Here's the look. They called him out, and Bonifacio will watch the rest of this game from the clubhouse.
The Kansas City Royals, but Justin Verlander did a very nice job picking off Gerard Dyson in last night's game. That was in the 5th inning, and of course, we just showed you Doug Fister with a very quick move picking off Bonifacio. Real quick move here by Doug Fister.
So Bonifacio's been thrown out of this game after arguing, and Chris Getz will take over at second base. This one was really close. Awfully close, but close enough apparently to call him out. Getz, the new second baseman now for the Royals, and Iglesias looks at ball one outside. Royals lead 1-0 as we head to the bottom of the third. 2 pickoffs in this series for Tigers pitching. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Iglesias again showing bunt. 1-1. Moustakas a little bit behind the bag, not much at third base. There's a bunt that goes foul. 1-2. 3-14 for Iglesias. He was 0 for 3 in the ball game last night. Santana has given up a walk and a single in this game, but no damage. And the 1-2 pitch. Lifted back out of play as Iglesias protects the outside part of the plate. Here's Jackson waiting on deck. Jose's still among the best offensively for rookies in the American League. Leads an average in multi-hit games. And he fought that one off foul.
When Dave Dombrowski pulled off the deal with the Boston Red Sox and also the Chicago White Sox to acquire Iglesias, he gave the Tigers an outstanding shortstop, but he also gave them an element on the offensive side they did not have. A guy that can run and another guy that can really handle that bat to bunt, to squeeze, and do whatever Jim asked him to do.
Chop back up the middle. Escobar has it. And Iglesias, who speeds down the line, is out number 1.
Here is today's high-speed stat, and it's always brought to you by Charter Internet. And, of course, it is on Austin Jackson. And Jackson, primarily in that leadoff spot, has now scored 90 runs in 4 consecutive seasons. And here's a list of some of the other guys that have done that in the Tigers uniform. Lou Whitaker, Ron LaFleur, Curtis Granderson, and Tony Phillips.
Here's Austin Jackson. AJ bounced out his first time up to Moustakas, and he looks at a strike. 0-1. 1 run, 3 hits KC, no runs, 1 hit for Detroit.
Austin Jackson missed a total month this year, but still has scored 95 runs this season.
Ball high, 1 ball, 1 strike. It's really kind of amazing when you think about it. He'll get to 100 this year.
Well, when you bat in front of guys like Hunter and Miggy and Prince and, of course, Victor, and then you had Johnny Peralta and Infante, you're going to score a lot of runs.
Wave and a miss, 1-2. Month of September, Jackson has turned it up a notch. 349. He's got 7 doubles already this month. Now the 1-2. Santana got him that time. And there are 2 gone, 3 strikeouts, and Santana has that breaking ball working.
Right-handers literally have no shot at hitting this pitch. That's a really nice look there of it staying on the fastball plane. It looks like a fastball because it's not necessarily moving until the last few feet, and that's when the hitter starts to swing, and they just miss it.
Torrey with 2 outs looks at a strike. 0-1. Hunter struck out in the first inning. And a wave and a miss, and now quickly 0-2. Santana came into this game sub 500, 8-9, but his earned run average was in the mid 3s, 3.35. More of an indication of how he's pitched than his 8-9 record. And the 0-2. Ball high, 1-2 the count. Santana did give up 3 home runs in his last start to the Indians. Way high, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Irvin has had 5 starts this year where he has given up 3 or more home runs in a game.
Yikes.
5 starts this year.
Here's the 2-2. Fly ball, right field. Kane is under it, and the Tigers go 1-2-3. 3 in the books here at Comerica as we go to the 4th. 1-0 KC. Fourth inning, and he is leading the American League this year in multi-hit games, 55 of them for Eric Hosmer.
Can you imagine the kind of year that he would be having had he had somewhat of a consistent month of April and month of May?
Well, a near MVP type season, I think. I mean, based on his second half numbers.
And the Royals would really be challenging the Tigers for the division, and they might be one of the leaders in the wild card.
Well, he had an RBI triple in the first inning. And Hosmer looks at a strike, 1-1.
Eric is performing more like the Hosmer when he came to the big leagues a couple of years ago, not the one who struggled the entire season in 2012.
There's only one player in the American League that has had more hits since the All-Star break than Hosmer, and that's the Tigers' own Victor Martinez. And here is the progression of Hosmer. 78 RBIs down to 60, now 75 this year. Swing and a miss.
Good breaking ball here, 2-1. Hosmer dialed in for the fastball, and real nice curveball here by Doug Fister. Outstanding depth on that pitch.
Swing and a miss, and Fister strikes him out this time.
Tough to pick up the curveball out of Fister's hand. One, he stands 6 feet 8 inches, and he's got that long wingspan. So if you're the hitter, when he releases that ball, look at its highest point. It's nearly over your head, and then that ball breaks down in the strike zone about 4 feet.
Third strikeout of the game for Doug. One out here in the fourth. Billy Butler stands in. And it's strike one. Butler last night played in his 1,000th major league game for the Royals. The 0-1 pitch. Ball inside, 1-1. Butler's had some big games this year. He's had a couple of 5-hit games. He's had a 7 RBI game. And he shoots this one in the air to right field. Hunter is cruising over, still coming, and he'll make the running catch. 2 gone. Fans, every game counts. See the Tigers play the Seattle Mariners September 16th through the 19th. Hey, don't forget to take advantage of the weekday value pack. 4 upper box tickets, hot dogs, chips, and soft drinks, all for just $72. Call 866-66-TIGER or visit tigers.com. Haven't seen Seattle since April, and here they are in the month of September paying a visit to Detroit. Bender misses outside to Salvador Perez. 287 this year for Perez. Bouncing ball, foul, third base side.
Has a chance to be an impact player for a long time in this game. Big catcher, about 6'4", 6'5", 250, with power. Outstanding throwing arm from behind the plate.
And he'll have a chance to do it in a KC uniform. They've got him locked up till 2016.
Ned Yost, he coached on the Atlanta Braves coaching staff for a number of years under Bobby Cox, and he said that Javier Lopez, the last catcher that he saw that could do some of the things with the bat that the young Salvador Perez can do.
Well, the Tigers' own Brian Pena was the backup to Perez last year. He speaks volumes about his ability. Swing and a miss. He went fishing that time, and Perez is going to be out. 1-2-3 inning. Doug Fister now with 4 strikeouts, and a look through Phantom Cam of Doug Fister. trivia time, courtesy of AT&T. Before Irvin Santana and James Shields, who were the last Royals duo to each have 150 or more strikeouts in a season? Last duo to post that many punchouts in a season. That's your question tonight. Meanwhile, Santana back to work. Irvin tonight has 3 strikeouts. He'll face the middle of the Tigers lineup, Cabrera, Fielder, and then Victor Martinez. Miggy in the first inning walked. And he drives the first pitch in the air to shallow right field. Getz going back, but it's going to drop in right in front of Kane.
Getz probably could have made that play had he continued to run. And that's the one thing that you're taught as a middle infielder. You go as long and as hard as you can until you hear the outfielder call you off. And if you do not hear him call you off, then you simply make the play. And it looked like he had a chance to get there until he slowed down.
Loop single. And Cabrera will take it. Chris Getz came in to replace Emilio Bonifacio, who was ejected after being picked off first base earlier in this game. The Grosse Pointe South product, Chris Getz. Here is Prince Fielder. Tigers have their second hit of the game.
Prince Fielder once played Little League in Grosse Pointe, didn't he?
He did. I see you working that in there. It's nice symmetry.
Yeah, got it in.
Fielder reached and surpassed the 100 RBI plateau in last night's ball game with 3 driven in. So he's done it 6 times in his career now.
If you're Jim Lee, then those are a couple of things that you can write down every single year. In your 3 and 4 spots, if they stay healthy, Miggy and Prince, you're going to get 25 to 30 home runs from each guy, and they're going to drive in at least 110 every season.
Well, Cal Ripken may not be shaking in his boots, but still it's quite a streak for Fielder. 491 consecutive games played now for Prince.
He brings that lunch pail with him every single day to work.
7 for his last 13 at bats. Tigers trail 1-0. We're in the bottom of the 4th. They're playing behind Cabrera at first base. Foul tip into the glove. 1-2. Fielder came into this game 6 for 13 with 3 long balls against Santana. So there is a history of success against the Royals right-hander. And the 1-2, and he fouled it back. Santana was an all-star in 2008, and that's the year he finished 6th in the Cy Young voting and won 16 games that year. Cliff Lee was 22-3 that season to win the award. Santana also has a no-hitter in his back pocket. He threw one back in 2011. And the 1-2. Swing and a miss. So Fielder is out. 4 strikeouts now for Santana. .50 and 30 of which have been strikes now for Irvin. We'll bring up Victor Martinez. Victor at 296 had a base hit back in the 2nd. And he looks at a strike. 0-1. I would think the Angels right now, with the troubles they've had in their rotation, would love to have Santana back, but you have to understand at the time they made the deal, Santana was awfully up and down, inconsistent.
They entertained the thought of trading Irvin Santana this year at the trade deadline, but Dayton Moore could not do so because the Royals had started to play some pretty good baseball after really having a miserable month of May.
This is going to be a double play, it appears, and Hosmer is going to do it himself. Cabrera was headed back to first base and was tagged out. Double play ends the inning. By Arby's. Try Arby's Snack and Save menu today. Arby's, slicing up freshness. And by Bell Tire, get the lowest tire price, period. Bell Tire. Back here in the Motor City, the Tigers and the Royals getting together. Game 2 in the series, and right now it's 1-0 KC. Temperature still hovering in the 60s, but it's a little bit cool here tonight. A bit of a breeze blowing. Pfister back to work, facing Mike Moustakas. It was an easy 1-2-3 fourth inning for Doug. He struck out a pair. Moustakas had a single, and then later he raced on a double play back in the second. That's in for a strike. 1-1. Ratio on Pfister so far after 50 total pitches. There's the 1-1 coming home. There was some thought that maybe Moustakas was going to have a strong finish. He did pretty well in the month of August, hit .301, which was his highest month since April of last year. But September has not been quite the same type of month. He'll step out of the box. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And here is proof. 122 at this point is a tough month. Now Pfister with the 1-2. Straightened him up. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Waiting on deck, Lorenzo Cain. Fill it now 3-2. Moustakas, a former #1 pick. That was in the 07 draft. He went 2nd overall in the country to the Royals behind David Price of the Tampa Bay Rays. 3-2 pitch. Pulled foul. One run, 3 hits tonight for the Royals. The Tigers no runs on 2 hits. Lifted in the air to center field. Jackson coming on, still coming. He'll catch it chest high. 1 gone. Pfister now has retired 4 straight. Here's Lorenzo Cain. Hit a ball hard his first time up, and with his speed he's very difficult to double up, but Iglesias made a nice play in the hole and then started the 6-4-3. And it's ball one outside on Lorenzo Cain.
That double play that Cain hit in was the 25th that Doug Fister has induced this year, which is the most in the American League.
Outside, 2-0.
Tigers have a couple of pitchers on their starting staff that are ground ball artists. Rick Porcello and Doug Fister.
Bouncing ball again, this time to the third baseman Cabrera. Cain is out, 2 gone.
Which makes that acquisition of Jose Iglesias an outstanding one from a range standpoint. Iglesias has tremendous range at shortstop, and of course when you have that kind of range from your shortstop, it really makes your third baseman better. Your second baseman can play over a little bit further, so it helps out everybody. Johnny Peralta was an outstanding shortstop in his own right. He had only committed 4 errors before his suspension, but he just doesn't have that same range as Iglesias, but he has great hands.
Here's Gerard Dyson.
Speaking of Johnny Peralta, he was out once again with Tom Brookins taking some fly balls in left field, throwing to the bases.
Here's the 1-0, and he offers the bunt, or at least looked at it. Ball low, 2-0. Peralta not eligible to play until the final 3 games of the season against the Marlins in Miami, if the Tigers do allow him to play. Fister ready now with the 2-0 pitch, and it's in for a strike. 2-1.
Do you really think he would be here if they weren't going to let him play?
Probably not, but you have to throw that disclaimer out there. But it won't be short, and Dave Dombrowski made that quite clear. They have their shortstop. Here's a bunt, and it's going to be a fair ball. Nice play of Vila, safe. Ooh, they almost got him. Bunt single for Gerard Dyson.
Too much speed. That ball right off the plate. Avila waited a couple of bounces, picked it up, turned, and fired a strike to Prince. Prince tried to cheat a little bit over at first base, but he could not get the call from the first base umpire, James Hoy.
Fourth hit of the game now for the Royals, and that'll keep it going for Alcides Escobar. That's it for a strike. 0-1. Popped up his first time. Escobar is 0 for 1, trying to extend a 7-game hitting streak. Time called as Fister was ready to deliver the pitch. Often talked about how one trade can help rebuild your organization. Escobar came over in that deal for Zach Greinke a couple of years ago, along with Lorenzo Cain and Jake Odorizzi, who was recently spun to Tampa in the Shields deal. And that is going to bounce into right field, right in front of Hunter.
Torrey got lucky there. If that ball gets past him, Dyson would have scored, and Escobar would be over at third base.
First and second now with 2 outs. That'll extend Escobar's hitting streak to 8 straight. Boy, did he get lucky. Just got his glove on it.
Playing it off to the side. If it doesn't hit that glove, that thing is going to the wall. Even though there's a left-hander standing in the batter's box, Dyson will attempt to steal third base if Doug Fister forgets about him. He is 4 of 4 this year in steals of third.
Ball 1 to Alex Gordon. 2-out threat now for the Royals. They lead 1-0 as we play in the 5th. Gordon had a single and scored the game's first run in the first inning. Coming home on the triple by Hosmer. 2-0. That extended Gordon's hitting streak to 9 straight. And he takes inside 3-0.
Gordon, one of your better left fielders in the game of baseball these days. Outstanding two-way player. He's won a couple Gold Gloves, made an all-star team. Gets tons of assists, and he hits for power when standing in that batter's box. It's amazing what he's done the last 3 years after they transferred him from third base to left field.
Well, he has just drawn a walk, and that's going to make things interesting now. The bases are loaded with Royals. And Jeff Jones coming out. It'll be the second walk of the game for Doug Fister. And Chris Getz will have a chance to hit with the bases full, but first a conversation on the hill with 2 outs. Well, the pennant race is on. Place a deposit on a 2014 Detroit Tigers season ticket plan. Receive 2013 postseason priority. Call 313-47-BALL, 471-BALL, or visit tigers.com. And get ready for the postseason. The pennant race is on. So they are loaded up now. And here's the first at bat for Chris Getz, who bats .321 career with the bases loaded. Royals trying to build on this 1-0 lead. Getz takes ball 1. That bounced in.
Another byproduct of the speed the Kansas City Royals have. If you're Miguel Cabrera, you'd love to play back a couple of extra steps with 2 outs to give yourself a chance to make a play should Getz hit something in your direction. But the Royals are not afraid to bunt with 2 outs and get that RBI.
Speed on the bases. They got Dyson at third, Kane at second, Gordon at first, and a strike called. 1-1. 70 now for Doug Fister, 22 of which have come in this inning, his longest inning of this game so far. And Getz pops it up center field. Easy play for Austin Jackson. That'll end the inning. They leave him loaded. And as we go to the bottom of the 5th, Tigers baseball tonight presented by Bell Tire.
top of the show this evening, and here's a look at the slider. And it really doesn't matter who the hitter is. This pitch is just very, very difficult to hit. It's very difficult to pick up, and whether it be Miggy or Prince or Torrey, they've had no success whatsoever this evening at that wipeout slider that Santana has been throwing through the first 4 innings.
As a result, here are the numbers: 4 strikeouts, no runs, 2 hits so far for Santana. Andy Dirks leads it off and pops the first pitch in the air to center, straight at Gerard Dyson. Comes over a couple of steps, 1 pitch, 1 out. Dirks is 0 for 2. Here's that AT&T trivia question we posed to you a little bit earlier. Before Santana and Shields, who are the last Royals duo to each have 150 or more strikeouts in a season? Can you name that duo? It would be Zach Greinke and Gil Mesh back in 2008. They each had 183. Gil Mesh signed that big 5-year contract as a free agent in a time really when the Royals weren't known for handing out any money for free agents.
I don't know for certain, but didn't he walk away from the last year of that contract?
Sounds about right. I think he did, actually. I think it was a 5-year deal.
$55 million.
Yeah.
He wore that number on his back. 55.
That's right.
Yep.
That's right. 0-2 the count on Infante. Omar struck out back in the second. 1 run on 5 hits for the Royals. The Tigers no runs on 2 hits. In the air to right field, Lorenzo Cain over. 2 outs. Not a whole lot cooking tonight against Santana.
Tigers haven't had many good swings at anything that Santana's thrown, and he's really getting it done with 2 pitches. If this guy trusted his changeup a little bit more, he'd be a 15-game winner every year.
Here's Avila. Back on July 19th against the Tigers in KC, Santana 7 1/3, only 2 hits allowed in a 1-0 win over the Tigers. Strike called on Avila.
Irvin has done his best work this year against the American League Central. He has not been a big winner, but he's been able to dominate the American League Central hitters with that fastball that will touch 94, the slider about 83 to 87, and an occasional changeup. There was a changeup right there.
7-3 career against the Tigers as well, with an ERA a shade over 3. There's the 1-1. 1-2 on Avila.
There is one chink in his armor. He gives up a lot of homers. He's given up 25 already this year, 39 last year. And both parks are pitcher-friendly parks. That park out in Los Angeles where the Angels play, the ball doesn't fly all that effectively there. And Kansas City is supposed to be a really good pitcher's park too.
Santana is among the top 10 of the American League in home runs allowed. 2-2 the count. '17-game winner in 2010.
He's got that kind of stuff.
Much better ERA this year. It was over 5 last year. Got him. Strike 3. Avila is out, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for Irvin Santana. 5 innings complete here at the ballpark. More looks at tonight's game through Phantom Cam.
by pitch. We just showed you Irvin Santana has a good slider today. Well, Doug Fister, he's got that real nice bender. And he's got the built-in height advantage, 6'8". He throws that ball straight over the top, and very few of the Royals have had any success whatsoever with the Doug Fister curveball this evening.
Back to work he goes. And there's a ground ball by Hosmer back up the middle, ranging left. Iglesias has it. Hosmer retired 6-3, 1 out.
Because both of these pitchers have been so good with their secondary pitches today, whenever the hitters see a fastball, especially on the first pitch, they're going to be swinging at it.
He's allowed 5 hits in 5 innings plus, 1 run and 4 strikeouts. Butler is 0 for 2. And Billy looks at ball 1.
Billy Butler just 14 home runs this year after hitting a career high 29 last year, making an all-star appearance.
Ground ball, third base side, right at Miguel. A little high, but out number 2. And time for a game break now. Here's Mickey York. Well, thanks, Mick. And those Indians playing some pretty good baseball now down the stretch, trying to make it 2 straight against the White Sox.
Looking to make it 11 straight this year against Chicago. They've owned them.
Strike called on Salvador Perez.
6 ground ball outs by Doug Fister so far. 5 flyouts, just 4 strikeouts, most of them on his curveball.
Flyout strikeout tonight for Perez, who has 7 multi-RBI games in his last 19. Takes one outside, 1-2. Royals got a run very quickly in this game. A single by Gordon, 1 out later, a triple by Hosmer, and that's been it. Bender bouncing in, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Here's our Xfinity high-speed pitch on Doug Fister. Top fastball, 91 so far this evening, 72 with that curveball. He hasn't thrown many changeups so far here tonight.
Drilled to center field. That's a base hit.
That was a seed.
2-out single for Salvador Perez, and the Royals have another hit on the board.
And good-looking young player.
We'll bring up Moustakas. The Royals have their 6th hit of the game tonight. Perez now has 3 hits in the series. 1 for 2 for Moustakas. Strike called, 0-1. Fister continues to have a good second half. He's done it just about every year. 3.32 ERA this year in the second half. Soft line drive into right field. That is going to be off the glove of the second baseman Infante. Nearly a circus catch out there in right field. So a pair of 2-out hits.
Not a bad pitch by Doug Fister. Was able to crowd Moustakas. Infante got back on it, jumped for it, went off the glove. It stayed in the air, but he couldn't locate it to make the play.
And so, like the 5th inning, a pair of 2-out hits. Same story here in the 6th. Here's Lorenzo Cain. That's the 7th hit of the game now for KC. Royals had the bases loaded actually with 2 outs in the 5th inning, and then Getz flied out to shallow center field, ending that threat. Kane pretty good this year. 2 outs, runners in scoring position, 308. He's 0 for 2 tonight. He's put the ball on the ground twice.
Lorenzo Cain did not play a lot of baseball growing up, but he said once he did start playing, one of the guys that he really idolized that was playing big league baseball was Torrey Hunter. I'm sure there was a lot of kids that watched Torrey Hunter a lot when they were kids. 9 gold gloves for Torrey Hunter, most of those with the Minnesota Twins, a couple with the Los Angeles Angels. We've heard a lot of outfielders over the last couple of years talk about how Torrey Hunter has helped them, and then you see the leadership skills there of Torrey Hunter talking about that approach there by Lorenzo Cain, talking to Austin Jackson. Jackson moving over a little bit into right center field because of the leadership skills of Torrey Hunter.
Cain didn't start playing baseball till 10th grade in high school. He said it just didn't interest him all that much, but his athletic ability was so good that he caught up very quickly. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
He's gotten a couple big hits this year against the Tigers. Also made some dazzling catches in center field. They just have to keep him healthy and on the baseball field, which they have not been able to do yet.
Well, back in June, he hit that 2-run homer in the 9th inning to tie a game that the Royals eventually won in extra innings. Chatting it up now with John Hirschbeck. Well, it is 61 degrees right now. It's a little bit cool, but still a gorgeous night here in the Motor City. Kind of has that postseason twinge in the air, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. It's right around the corner.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Lorenzo Cain just missed. 2-2. Just a little bit low. And the 2-2. Swing and a miss struck him out. Cain strikes out swinging. 5 strikeouts for Doug Fister, and this was a biggie. Here at the ballpark, Star Wars night. How about Star Wars? You into that, Rod?
No, I'm not. We didn't really get into the whole Star Wars thing when I was a little younger.
Well, we got that whole theme going on here at the ballpark tonight. A lot of the fans getting into it, meeting their famous or favorite famous characters. On Star Wars night here at the ballpark, which leads us to our Scott fan poll question of the game. Iglesias looks at a strike.
You big Star Wars guy?
To be honest with you, no. I mean, I know about the characters and everything. That's bunted back to the mound, and Santana can't make a play.
We were talking about Iglesias the last time he was up, that when they made the deal for him, they got a guy that could really handle the bat, a guy that could really run, and he has a ton of infield singles already this year. This wasn't a great bump, but he was already moving out of the batter's box. And one of the things that Santana did once he got to the baseball, he looked up right there. And once you look up as a pitcher, you're not going to be able to pick the ball up. And he cost himself an out. I don't know if he'd have made the play or not, but you have to pick the ball up before you throw it. 34 infield hits this year for Iglesias, which paces the American League.
Here is Jackson. AJ, a strikeout and a ground out. That is just the third Detroit hit in this game, and there's that speed and energy of Iglesias trying to start something here. Here's the tying run. The Royals got a run in the very first inning, but nothing since.
Of the 64 pitches that Santana has thrown this evening, 56% have been fastballs, which tells you that the other 44% have been off-speed pitches, and that's a heavy dose. But he really has liked that slider this evening, and it's been a plus pitch for him against a lot of these Tigers right-handed batters.
Bouncing ball to short. Escobar, tough play, gets one at second. That's it. Fielder's choice. Jackson is aboard. Here's that poll question tonight, courtesy of Ace Hardware. Scott's fan poll question: of these four, which is your favorite Star Wars character? Is it A, Chewbacca, B, Darth Vader, C, Luke Skywalker, or D, Yoda? Text ACE, then a space, and then A, B, C, or D to 37338. Make your selection. Your favorite Star Wars character. Here is Torrey Hunter. Strikeout, fly out for Torrey. Fastball is in for a strike. 0-1 the count. There are just 7 hitters in the American League that have 50 or more multiple hit games, and Torrey is one of them. We told you Hosmer leads the way with 55. Torrey's got 50 multiple hit games. The 0-1 pitch. Line to right field. Kane coming on to make the catch chest high.
They got some guys in that outfield that can just run. They run down everything. Dyson in center. Kane is in right field, but he's a center fielder by trade, and we've already told you about Gordon in left field. He just wins Gold Gloves.
They make some plays just look rather routine.
And they can throw. Rusty Kuntz. He is their outfield base running coach, and very few better in baseball than Rusty Kuntz.
Here is Miguel Cabrera. There's Rusty Kuntz.
And you might not find a nicer man in baseball, too.
Gordon and Kane, the left fielder and the right fielder, have combined for 21 outfield assists this year. See what Miguel can do here with 2 outs. He sends one high in the air. Deep left center field. Gordon going back to the wall to make the catch.
Really?
Base of the wall in left center. It sounded good. It looked good, but it just died at the end. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left, and a wow from Miggy. Tigers the lead, and when Gordon came back, nice little exchange here.
Gave him a close shave, I guess.
Miguel loves to have fun, and giving Gordon the business, who caught that ball at the base of the wall.
When that ball left his bat, I thought it had a chance to get out.
Sounded good, that's for sure. But it fell just a tad short, so it remains 1-0 as we go to the 7th. Gerard Dyson leads it off. And he'll look at a strike 0-1. Dyson, then Escobar, then Gordon. And Doug Fisker just has not gotten any offensive support tonight. Santana's been really good. Here's a bunt. And Fisker will handle this one himself. Got him by a step. Dyson already has a bunt single.
Iglesias just bunted for a base hit, and you saw their pitcher Santana reach down, but he looked at the base runner. Take a look at the head here of Doug Fisker. We told you he's a real good defender. He gets over there. He knows he's got to hurry, but he knows he has to pick that ball up first. Concentration, pick it up, set his feet to throw, and gave Prince a really firm feed. Perfectly done there. I mean, perfectly done.
Alcides Escobar with 1 out. Tigers tonight have been limited to just 3 hits by Santana. Meanwhile, the Royals have 7 hits. And nearly 8 had it not been for a fine play by Fisker. 0-2. 238 for Escobar, a single and a pop-up in this game. 8-game hitting streak as well. The 0-2 is strike 3 call. It's number 6 for Doug. 2 quick outs here in the 7th.
Most of Doug Fisker's strikeouts this evening have come on the curveball. That time, threw a fastball right down the middle. Escobar watched it go right by.
Here's Gordon. Single and walk tonight for Alex Gordon. Big rip there. Gordon has been a big doubles machine over the last 3 years. In fact, only Robinson Cano in the last 3 seasons combined has more doubles than Gordon. He is second on that list. 51 of them last year. Behind in the count here, 0-2. Shoots one in the air to left. Dirk's backing up. Edge of the track to make the play. Fisker, a 1-2-3, 7th inning, time to stretch.
Ending for Prince Fielder, a total of 14 games, 423 batting average. But look how deep he's allowing this ball to get in the strike zone, and that's the reason why he's done major damage. He hasn't been out in front of the breaking balls. He's getting himself in really nice, friendly fastball counts, and when Prince does that, he can do a lot of damage.
Time for the Tigers to get the bats going. It'll be Fielder, Martinez, and Dirks here in the 7th inning facing Irvin Santana, who's been marvelous tonight. He's given up just 3 Tigers hits.
And he's gotten it done with just 2 pitches, the fastball and the slider. Very few changeups.
Fielder, a ground out and a strikeout tonight. And the Prince looks at a ball outside, 1-0. 1 run, 7 hits KC, no runs, 3 hits Detroit. A little bit of a shift going on here.
Yeah, Escobar, he's pretty much right back up the middle. There's a huge hole on that left side should Prince want to hit one in that direction. That's how he hit 300 last year. He hit a lot of balls to left field.
Driven toward left. That ball is slicing. And it's going to go foul. In the corner, just foul.
Nice try.
1 ball, 1 strike. It's 5 to left, 8 to center, 9 to right over his last 14 games.
That's why that batting average is about 340.
Santana working quickly, the 1-1. Bouncing ball left side. Escobar will go over there. Sidearm throw is scooped at first base.
We have 2 of your more athletic shortstops in the game of baseball here in this game with Escobar and also Iglesias. They make major plays. If we can get to it, we'll show you a little bit of their body of work this year.
I mean, that's a play right there where you play the shift. It looks like Prince beats the shift, and then you got a shortstop that makes that play.
Long and rangy with an outstanding arm, and they're pretty good. They're going to win some Gold Gloves before it's all said and done. Escobar's made quite a few errors this year, but he'll get better in that regard.
Here's Victor Martinez with 1 out. Just getting to that ball was the first thing he had to accomplish. Then he had a sidearm throw and get enough on it. And Hosmer helped him out with a nice pick. Victor in the ball game, a single. Bounced into a double play his last time up. And for as good as Martinez has been this year, especially in the second half, he has hit just .217 against the Royals this year.
Royals have good pitching. Good pitching always stops good hitting. I mean, they are top in ERA in the American League. Their bullpen has the best ERA in the American League. They can really shut you down.
Ground ball, first base. That's a foul ball. 1-2 the count now on Victor.
These 2 teams have already hooked up for 8 one-run games this year. The Royals are 6-2 in those 8 one-run contests.
Tigers won a 3-run game last night. Of course, the most lopsided victory for either team this year was the Tigers' 16-2 win on that last road trip. Line drive to left. That's a base hit. Victor is on with 1 out. His second hit tonight. Here's Andy Dirks. Go ahead run at the plate now for Detroit as you check out the Tigers box score. Just 4 hits, and 2 of them by Martinez. Iglesias and Cabrera have the other 2. Andy is 0 for 2, ground out, fly out. Actually hit a line drive right back to Santana, who knocked it down and then threw him out. Dirks a career .369 hitter against the Royals. And he is from Hutchinson, Kansas, which is about a 3.5-hour car drive to KC. Plenty of tickets to give away every time the Tigers play against the Royals in Kansas City. And he takes the ball low. 2-1 on Dirks. Well, they haven't needed to get anybody up until now. They have double barrel action. Will Smith and Luke Hochevar.
That bullpen has been on lockdown alert for Kansas City for about a couple months now. And Hochevar's led the charge.
Here's the 2-1. Ground ball under the glove of the first baseman Hosmer into right. Victor on his way to second will stop there. And the Tigers on the prowl now here in the 7th. With back-to-back singles.
Hosmer holding Victor Martinez on, takes a couple of steps in a dive, but the ball hits sharply by Andy Dirks into right field, and Victor doesn't run well, therefore with the strong throwing arm of Kane in right field, not going to force the issue.
Santana has thrown just 79 pitches. He needed just 7 pitches to get through the 6th inning, so his count is in really good shape. But the Tigers now have runners at first and second. 1 out in the 7th inning. 1-0 KC. Here's Omar Infante 0 for 2. Doug Fister just open for any kind of run support right now with the game he's pitched. Ball low.
Well, if you're Omar, you know you're going to get a steady diet of that slider because you're such a good fastball hitter. But the fact that you do have yourself in a fastball count now, you have to be ready for your heater. And if he hangs a breaking ball, you can get to that one, but you can't get to that one he's really been throwing all night, the one that's disappearing on the right-handed batters.
Oh, man,
it's dirty.
1 ball, 1 strike.
And you would think that the hitting coach would say, okay, go up there and look for the slider. Even if you go up there and look for this, you're not going to hit it.
Here's the 1-1. Knocked down by Perez. Runners will hold.
And Victor thought about it. He took about 3 or 4 steps toward third base, and then he thought about that cannon that Perez has. He's the best throwing catcher in the American League. He's thrown out 20 base stealers this year. Wieters of the Baltimore Orioles has thrown out 21. I didn't realize Wieters threw that well.
You know, I read that, and I was pretty shocked about that as well. I didn't realize he threw as well or that well either, but we know that Perez can.
He's like Yadier Molina. He'll pick you off too. 9 pickoffs already in his brief big league career.
Here's the 2-1. Bouncing ball left side of the infield. Tough play. Escobar with a tremendous play to get the out at first.
These 2 shortstops, man, oh man, game changers. He's got that long rangy body, and once he gets to the ball, I mean, he's able to set his feet or throw across his body with accuracy and arm strength. Well, we teased you with this, so we're going to show it to you now. Here's a package of the 2 shortstops, Iglesias and also Escobar, and some of the fantastic plays they've made this year. This may be the best play for me of any shortstop so far this season. Iglesias flipping that ball with both feet off the ground, and then you have Iglesias with a no-look pass to first base to complete the double play. But Escobar, he takes no back seat to any shortstop. Here is some of his mastery. Take a look at this last play, though. That one.
Sick. Best way to describe it, this last one he made was pretty good as well.
They're going to win Gold Gloves. They're going to fight for that award. I mean, just to have the soft hands, the tricky hop, the concentration, and the arm strength.
Santana's out of the game. It's the Wallside Windows pitching change, and the Royals go to the best bullpen in the American League. And the left-hander will try and get a pinch hitter. Nick Castellanos is going to bat for Avila.
Superb numbers for Will Smith. A 2.76 ERA, 38 strikeouts and just 4 walks. And the opponents are hitting just 111 against him since August 6th.
Go-ahead runs in scoring position. Jim Leland was asked just before today's game, would there be any situations where you might pinch hit Castellanos? He said absolutely. Well, here you go.
It's his second pinch hit appearance. He made his major league debut as a pinch hitter the last homestand right here in this ballpark.
Swing and a miss. Santana had a pitch count in the 80s, and normally your manager won't go get him, especially as well as he's been pitching. But when you have this bullpen, you're pretty comfortable doing that.
That's a great point. Smith has a fastball that will touch 93. He's got a really good slider. He's got a curveball and a changeup. 4-pitch mix pitching this late out of the bullpen.
Here's the 1-1. Nubbed off the end of the bat, foul. 1-2 the count. So when you look at the American League, since 1980, the Royals ERA right now of 2.57 is among the lowest since 80. It's the lowest this year in the American League, and only the Braves have a lower team ERA out of the bullpen in the major leagues. 1-2 on Castellanos. Driven towards center field, shallow. Dyson coming on, and the inning is over. Castellanos retired. The Tigers threaten and leave 2. Mario and Pemba, Rod Allen back here at the ballpark, and we have expected a pretty good game tonight from the starters, and boy, we got one. Santana and Fister for the Tigers.
This is about the best I've seen Santana throw, and he's had a lot of success throughout his career against the Tigers, but this slider he's been featuring this evening has been a tremendous pitch. But Doug Fister's had a great curveball, really good two-seam fastball as well. Yeah, you really feel bad for Doug because his effort tonight has been outstanding. Now, again, the Tigers apparently going to have to deal with that Kansas City bullpen tonight. You know, one of the things the Tigers have done much better the second half of the season, 7th inning or later, they have had a lot of traffic on the base paths, and let's just hope that they can get themselves a big base hit against that really good bullpen that you just mentioned.
Ryan Holiday has come on to take over the catching duties for Avila, who was pinch hit for. Chris Getz starting things off here in the 8th. 1 run, 7 hits for the Royals. No runs, 5 hits for Detroit. And Getz looks at a strike. Getz had a big at bat back in the 5th inning. Bases loaded, 2 outs, and Fister got him to fly out. Bonifacio started this game at second base for the Royals, but he was ejected after he was picked off back in the 3rd. He argued and then was thrown out of the game. Getz taking over at that point. Here's the 3-1, and it's in for a strike. 3-2. Hosmer on deck. Here's the 3-2 pitch. He lost him, ball 4. So now Getz, who can run, he's at first base. Bullpen action for Detroit now. It's Albuquerque and Alvarez. Another one-run game between these two teams. Tigers have had some chances.
Doug Fister's already thrown one double play ball here this evening. It's going to be very difficult for Getz to get a jump off Fister, even with the speed.
How about Hosmer dropping down a bunt? It's going to get by Fister. Cabrera will have no play. It's a bunt single for Hosmer.
He is a good player. He is a really good baseball player. A guy that has this kind of sock in his bat, gives himself up and bunts for a base hit right past Fister. Miggy wasn't expecting it, nor was anybody in this ballpark.
Hey, just a reminder, as you enjoy a cold one, to look forward to Miller Time later in tonight's game, brought to you by Miller Lite. Well, it's going to set up Billy Butler now with nobody out. Billy is 0 for 3, couple of ground balls and a flyout. I can promise you he's not bunting. And he shoots one to right field. Hunter started back. Now he comes in to make the catch. Runner tagging. That's Getz. Throw to third. Out! Oh, man.
What a play!
What a throw by Torrey.
9-time Gold Glove winner Torrey Hunter.
Is he serious?
Just threw a clothesline to third base.
A standing O.
Why not?
Look at that throw. Right on the money.
Getz has some speed, but what was he thinking about?
Oh, that could be a game changer there. That's unbelievable.
That was such an odd play that Eric Hosmer, who's on first base, he didn't even go back to tag, but because he didn't think Getz was going to go to third base there. Had he thought Getz was going to tag up, he would have tagged up too, and he would have gotten himself into scoring position because Torrey airmailed the cutoff man, but it was such a great throw.
Right. Wow, spectacular play by Torrey Hunter, who had to come in to catch that ball. It looked for a moment like he may have misjudged it, but man, he lined that thing up and then drilled a strike to Cabrera.
It was almost like Torrey was kind of shocked that Getz was going to challenge him.
Agreed. Give yourself a round of applause, Torrey.
Took a couple steps back, then he started coming in, charging it, got the body set.
What a huge play for the Tigers. 2 outs now with the runner at first base. Ball outside now to Perez. 3-0. Salvador had a single back in the 6th. He's 1 for 3.
Yeah, be careful here if you decide to throw Perez a fastball right down the middle. He could possibly have the green light, especially as hot as he's been lately.
And he walked him. So that'll put 2 aboard again, and here comes Jim Leland.
Doug Fister's going to get a real nice standing ovation from this appears to be sold-out crowd.
41,000 plus. Alvarez will be coming into this game, and we'll listen to the round of applause that Fister will get. Nice night tonight for Doug. Wallside Windows pitching change. We'll be back. Here in the 8th inning, Doug Fister has departed the scene here tonight, but what a job by the Tigers right-hander. 7 2/3, 8 hits, 1 run, 6 strikeouts, but he's still responsible for the 2 guys on the bases, and he will hand the baseball now to Jose Alvarez.
And last time we saw Alvarez, he was pitching brilliant baseball. It was against the White Sox on September 9th. He pitched 3 innings, did not give up a run, just a couple of hits, 4 strikeouts.
And he'll try to get the left-handed bat of Mike Moustakas. 2 on, 2 out. Moustakas 2 out of 3 tonight with a couple of singles. Hosmer, the runner, at second. Perez is at first. And the 0-1. Driven towards center field. Jackson is on the move. He's going to move over there in the gap, make the catch. 2 in the inning. Alvarez does his job. And the Tiger bats hoping to perk up in the bottom of the 8th. Detroit is brought to you by 5-Hour Energy Shots. Well, this one has been pitching dominated. As we check out our Comerica Bank game summary, the Royals lead 1-0. We go to the bottom of the 8th. Victor Martinez, 75th hit since the All-Star break, which is the most in the major leagues. Fister, a good night. Santana, a good night as well. Now it's going to be up to the Royals bullpen against the Tigers offense here in the bottom of the 8th. Luke Hochevar is on now.
Hochevar was a starter his entire big league career until this year. Now pitching out of the bullpen, and boy, has he found a home. His fastball has gotten up to 97, 98 miles an hour. He has a curve, slider, and change because he's been a former starter. And boy, oh boy, has he been lights out.
So Don Kelly will pinch hit for Jose Iglesias. And Donnie looks at a strike to start things off here in the bottom of the 8th. It'll be Kelly, then Jackson, then Hunter.
One of the reasons that Jim Leyland pinch hit for Iglesias is the fact that Hochevar has been locked down against right-handed batters. He held them to a 132 batting average.
Hochevar will cover on this ground ball, 1 away.
Probably turned in his best work in his major league career at the bullpen just a few days ago in Kansas City. And take a look at all these batters. They're all left-handed batters. We just gave you the numbers that he posts against righties, but he had 5 strikeouts in a row in Cleveland, which set a record for a bullpen piece in Kansas City Royals history.
What a spot he has found in that bullpen. I mean, would it be fair to say that he was just kind of an average starter?
He was probably the 12th or 13th man on the pitching staff when the season began.
Now Jackson with 1 out, and he takes a strike. Of course, they have that big piece at the end, too. Greg Holland is their closer.
They have about 4 or 5 guys at the back end of that bullpen that are 97 miles an hour and above.
Jackson is 0 for 3, couple of ground balls and a strikeout. Tigers 5 hits in this game. Now it's 0-2. Well, AJ 12 for 26 against Hochevar. That appears to be good news, but he's behind in the count 0-2.
Not uncommon for a guy that's been a starter his whole career who hovers right around 92 to 94 with his fastball. Once you put him in the bullpen, they can kind of let it all hang out. They know they're not going to be out there very long.
96 there.
And that's exactly what Hochevar has done.
Former #1 pick of the Royals. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Austin Jackson. Swing and a miss. Whoa. 2 gone.
Is that a 90-mile-per-hour slider?
I believe you are correct.
Oh my goodness, that's not fair.
Didn't he throw one of those in Kansas City against us? Look at this.
Ugh.
2 gone now. Here's Torrey. Hunter has hit the ball to right field twice. He's 0 for 3 otherwise. 368 against Hochevar.
That was old Hochevar.
Yeah, he took the words right out of my mouth. The old Hochevar.
This is a whole another cat right here.
Hit the last one at 96 again, 1-0. Breaking ball, line to left. That's going to be a fair ball. Torrey's got extra bases on this one. He's going to get himself to second and hold up there. Tying run at second now with 2 outs.
T. Hunter said, I'll still bust it. New Hochevar, old Hochevar, I still got his number. 33rd double for Torrey Hunter. That's a slider that didn't slide very much, and Torrey got out in front of it and ripped it just in that foul line down the third base line.
Hey, guess who's coming up? Miguel Cabrera nearly hit one out in his last at bat. Two outs, runners in scoring position this year, 466.
Miggy loves to swing at the first pitch, especially when there's runners in scoring position. If Hochevar gets anything too close, Miguel will be up there swinging at it. And he has had a tremendous amount of success in these counts. No balls, no strikes.
And he sends a ground ball to second, right at Getz. That's going to end the threat. The Tigers get a 2-out double, but strand him at second base. We'll go to the 9th. 1-0 KC thanks to Hochevar getting Miguel Cabrera after the double by Hunter. And so now the Royals will try and add to their lead as the Tigers go deeper into their pen. It'll be Albuquerque.
Albuquerque also has a pretty good breaking pitch himself. It will be the slider variety. 41 1/3 innings this year for Albuquerque. 61 strikeouts, 31 base on balls, and he can't afford to walk any of the first 2 hitters that he sees here tonight.
Ramon Santiago will take over at short. Iglesias was pinch hit for. Kane drives one to left field. Dirks backs up, and he'll make the reaching catch. 1 pitch, 1 out. Now Gerard Dyson. Dyson bunted his way on in the 5th inning. Tried to do it again in the 7th inning, but Fister made a nice play on it. No balls, 1 strike. Cabrera on the grass at 3rd in case Dyson is contemplating another bunt. Last time the Tigers faced Santana, they lost that game 1-0. And right now it's 1-0 in the 9th in a Santana start. Chopper foul, first base side. Waiting on deck is Escobar. Little number back to the mound. And Albuquerque quickly got him. Well, he just got him.
You can't be half-stepping with Dyson running down that line.
Oh, you can't. 2 go. Hey, tickets for all potential American League Division Series games at Comerica Park go on sale this Tuesday at 12 noon. For tickets, visit tigers.com. Don't forget, 12 noon Tuesday. All potential ALDS games here at Comerica. Here's Alcides Escobar. Swing and a miss. There's action in the bullpen now. Greg Holland, their closer, heating up. And he's going to have to get through Fielder, Martinez, Dirks. Those are the scheduled hitters. Escobar running his hitting streak to 8 straight with a single back in the 5th. Here's the 1-1. 1 run on 8 hits tonight for KC. No runs, 6 hits for Detroit. Ooh, awkward swing to strike him out. Nice job by Albuquerque. Fan of Cam likes what it sees out of Al tonight. Let's go to the bottom of the 9th.
A reminder, coming up after the game, it's Tigers Live. Mickey York and Craig Monroe will be in the Coliseum studios. I'll be heading into the clubhouse for reaction from Jim Leland and the players. It's Tigers Live right after the game, hopefully after a walk-off win for the Tigers, Mario and Rod.
All right, Justin, thanks. Yeah, that would be nice. The walk-off action here. They're going to have to do it, though, against Greg Holland, who is one of the top closers in the American League.
First fastball that he uncorks will be 95 miles an hour. He can also touch 99. He's got a real good slider in. He will freeze you as well, whether you're a left-hander or a right-hander, with a decent split-fingered fastball.
Here is Fielder to lead it off, and he looks at ball one.
No margin for error and for Greg Holland, not with Prince Fielder standing in that batter's box. He is in scoring position as we speak.
3 for 5 against Holland for Prince. Here's the 1-0. 2-0 the count on Fielder.
And Hosmer hugging that line down the first baseline. Nothing will get past him there. Outfielders also very deep. No doubles depth.
Fielder tonight is 0 for 3. Here's the 2-0. Low, 3 balls, no strikes.
Prince is one of those guys, for the most part, that does not like to swing 3 balls, no strikes, but in a 1-0 game with already 24 home runs, if he gets a fastball to his liking, he might just let it go.
Here's the 3-0. He'll let it go all right, but he's tardy and he fouls it back. 97 miles an hour from Holland. The Kansas City bullpen had retired 14 straight Tigers with 8 strikeouts prior to the Hunter double back in the 8th. That's how dominant they've been against the Tigers, but we'll see what Holland can do here in the 9th.
Prince will shorten up after being late on that 3-0 fastball.
And he walked him. Tying run is on.
You got a pinch run for him, right?
Ooh, what a tough decision. Doesn't look like they are.
Jim has gone on record to say that there are 2 guys when Miggy was healthy that he would not pinch run for, and of course those 2 would be Prince and Miguel. But you know he's down there talking to his bench coach Gene Lamont about that right now. What should he do?
He has also said that right now, with the way things are, he would pinch it for Victor late and Cabrera late. He never mentioned Fielder. I'm sorry, pinch run. So Fielder will run for himself. And now here is Victor Martinez.
And the reason why he's a little leery of pinch running for Prince Fielder, should the Tigers tie the game, he would hate to not have Prince Fielder still available if the game goes to extra innings.
Meanwhile, Holland can't throw a strike. 1-0. Victor tonight 2 out of 3. Both singles. Also hit into a double play. 1-0 KC. We're in the bottom of the 9th. Leadoff man on. High pop up. Shallow right field. Getz is back. Being called off by Kane. Getz will peel off, 1 away.
Better job that time by Getz. You may remember earlier in this game he ran out to right field and probably could have made a play, but he peeled off because he heard footsteps, although Kane never called that ball. That time he went back far enough to catch it, and then he heard Kane say, I got it, I got it. He got out of the way.
Here's Andy Dirks, 1 on 1 out. Andy check swing strike, 0-1.
That fastball 98 by Holland. Located beautifully on the outside black.
Another one. 98.
He's got well above average stuff. 98, 99 with the fastball. Real good slider. And an occasional splitter.
Torrey Hunter leading the cheers. And the 0-2. Swing and a miss, struck him out.
98. Then he comes back with that at 85.
Bring up Infante.
13-mile-per-hour differential out of the same window, same arm slot. Andy Dirks did not know whether that was a fastball or a breaking ball.
You think you walked Fielder on purpose here? I mean,
no, because Victor's next.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, you got Victor coming that's hitting, you know.
That's right.
As well as he's hitting. I don't think so.
There's a foul back out of play.
Tigers trying to prevent themselves from being shut out for the 10th time this year.
Which in itself is mind-boggling considering this offense. But they have still one out to play with here. Infante, ground out, strikeout, fly out.
Omar Infante can hit a good fastball regardless of the velocity.
One ball and one strike. Brian Pena has moved to the on-deck circle. He would hit for Holiday if it gets that far, and the hope is it does. Way inside, and the count now goes to 2-1. 1-0 Royals lead. We're in the bottom of the ninth. 1 on, 2 out. Fouled away. Greg Holland 1 strike away from another save. Tying run at first with 2 outs. This has been a 1-0 game since the first inning tonight. Nothing but zeros the rest of the way. Here's the 2-2. Driven left field. That ball is going to get down and go to the wall. Here comes Prince. They're going to send him home. Here's the throw to the plate. He is out at home plate. They threw him out to end the ball game.
Prince did the best that he could to try to score from first base, but not able to get there on an outstanding relay from Alex Gordon, their left fielder, to their shortstop, Escobar. Escobar fired a strike.
What a way to end this ball game. The Royals execute the cut play and nail him at home plate.
You don't usually work on these during the course of the regular season, but you work on them way back in spring training. Gordon gets there, picks it up with the bare hand, gets it to the strong arm of Escobar. Jim didn't want a pinch run, and Prince Fielder out by just an eyelash.
That was a great tag as well by Perez. Great pick and tag. He had to scoop this thing out of the dirt and then sweep back and tag him.
Good baseball game, though. Really good baseball game, but the Tigers on the short end of the stick.
Great baseball game indeed. It's a 1-0 final score as the Royals hold on and Prince Fielder is out at home plate. It was that close. And so the Tigers will drop a 1-0 contest here tonight in game 2 of the series as Perez makes a terrific tag to end the ball game. Back with more from Comerica after this.